Alright, we're streaming. Audio looks good. Getting any. Everything's working. Okay. So, yeah, last night I spent quite a bit of time doing a few different things. One was adding these to the mobile view. Oh, I forgot this is off right now. I guess I'll do an update of what's been going on after I fix this issue. Breakpoints. Just move them to a different bird. Let's see. Let me turn the server on. So we had a breakpoint issue right now. Basically, we have these custom breakpoints, which are more like the Tailwind breakpoints. In the old days, there was Bootstrap, and it had like 768 and 1100 or something. I don't remember. There were a couple different ones, but these are they're a little bit better. You want to kind of make your mobile interface start earlier. People have higher resolution screens now than they used to and stuff. So this is just a generally better setup. But anyways, Panda CSS was not picking up those breakpoints, and so some stuff wasn't breaking at the correct position. So this was the specific thing. Right when this bottom bar shows, this needs to show, and they were showing at different times. Anyway, so now we have this bottom bar, which shows up when you scroll down. So you just know where you are at least. Yeah, I think it's pretty nice. And you can click it to go back to the top. Or tap it, I guess, on mobile. We did that last night. We tried to do a few different versions of the events. So stop, Ruby. Because I started talking, the animals always gotta come over. I think I'm talking to them. So the point is that we needed to make these all consistent. We needed to make these all consistent, these buttons. Even still, there's like some slight issues. Like, for example, I think these are the same size in our design system, like MD or SM. But this icon button is taller than these ones. I think these should probably be the same, if they're the same size. Maybe I'll add that. Buttons and icon. Buttons should be the same heights. Let's see.
I searched for hard-coded 900 pixel media queries, ran a type check, corrected the breakpoint name from LG up to LG in the header TypeScript JSX file, and replaced the WebKit backface visibility property with backface visibility in the bottom tab bar TypeScript JSX file, then verified that the type check now passes. I explained that the breakpoints were moved to theme, extend, breakpoints for Panda CSS, and that several media queries were converted to Panda conditions to align with the new breakpoint logic. The task was marked completed.
So the other thing, there was like some other little stuff, like for example, these are now consistent. When you look at an event, there's this effect that it implemented the first time it designed all this stuff, which is kind of this like slide up effect. I don't mind it, but I also am not a huge fan of things moving when you hover over them, because there's like you know what I mean? Here, see that? This is like right where you're at the bottom 2 pixels. So that doesn't happen too often, but yeah, I don't know how I like it as a general thing. I only have it in 2 pages right now, which are on the groups and then on the attendees. I'm gonna leave it there for a little bit. I like it for now. We'll see if I keep it. The music should. there was some other like little stuff around the theme switcher, and that's basically my goal right now, is to this is broken. These are supposed to be side by side. I'm just, every single time I see something, I'm trying to fix it immediately. It's kind of the mode I'm in right now. Fix as many things as possible. There's two big things I'd like to get done today. One is really finalizing the design of these post cards. It's just pretty important. Like, it's the main thing you see are these cards, right? So you want the cards to really be good. We have different layouts. Like when you go into a group, we have this kind of large layout, which shows you more info, bigger stuff. The idea being that like in a group, you have less posts than you would on your home feed. And so on the home feed, you want these more compact versions. So you can see that like this card is much bigger on the group than it is on the home. And so that's what I'm trying to do. But so do you show tags here? Or do you show tags here? Do you show a tag icon that, you know, has a drop down with the tags? I don't really know yet. I gotta think about what I want to do here. I do like how easy it is to click the tags and see other things that are related. That's pretty nice to me, but realistically, you could only fit a few tags here before you'd have to have some kind of drop down anyway. So I don't know if I keep a few there. They do make the cards look more noisy. But then separately, so that's like one decision point, you know, do I do tags here? The events previously, previously the events were very compact, and they had this sort of thing where you couldn't actually hard or comment on it from the home feed. I like these compact event things. They make it look pretty different, but then you don't have like the group in here, which would be nice. I do like how the icon almost takes the whole size of the card. I would really like to get back to that, but you see, like, it's not really possible for the icon to take the full size of the card and then to have the same position for the heart and stuff. So you could have it be here. Yeah, anyway, like, this is the kind of one of the troubles with the LLMs, is that I can kind of quickly imagine a few different versions. If I ask it for a few different versions, it's gonna go in like crazy paths, like not just like keeping it in control. And then even when it gives me the versions, I'm gonna have to basically tell it what I already had in my head for it to do it properly. I think I might have talked about this a little bit yesterday, but with these LLMs, for example, when you ask them to make images and stuff, if you have a specific thing in your mind, they have such a hard time doing it because it's just not what they're designed to do. And so if you tell it to, for example, make a plain black image or a plain white image, a lot of times that's pretty hard, and they can like hard code in special cases. But it's all like the self-driving car stuff. Like, you can hard code in as many cases as you want, but like I needed it to do a specific thing here, and it can't do that because you haven't hard coded it in. And fundamentally, the way it's designed doesn't do that. So they're really good when you are on a clean slate and you just want something, and then it can go in a few different paths and give you like really good starting points. But yeah, once you're trying to refine that, you're having to tell it exactly what you need it to do for it to do it. And that's not like in a design sense. That's like in the here's what this specifically needs. This needs to be over there. This needs to be over there. Stuff like that. And luckily they can do it with this type of stuff because it's constrained in terms of how many places you can put stuff or whatever. Like, it's not like drawing or painting or something where it's unconstrained and like you can't even describe what you need it to do. So here everything's encoded, so it's at least possible to get it to do something useful. But okay, so our breakpoints are fixed. I do want to fix the button and icon button height. Is that what I was just thinking? Oh, I was going to explain. So, yeah, fixing little stuff. You can see here, I think the heights are the same, actually. Because this one became small. I'm not sure. Oh no, this is on this is on the real website. But this is an old version because I want to be able to compare them side by side. I haven't deployed the website protection. I'm also gonna have to probably pay $200 a month. I kind of hate this because you don't even know. Like, this would be okay if they showed you how many tokens you were using, and what your limit is. But they don't do that, right? They just give you some arbitrary percentage bullshit. And so they could literally be just screwing you, and you wouldn't have any idea. Which kind of sucks. So they could have like lowered my limit and like just are basically forcing me to pay $200 a month to get the same usage I was getting before. But I think I'm gonna have to just pay it because the limit is essentially 4 times larger, and I don't think I would ever hit the limit with the $200 plan. But of course, if they just keep lowering how much you can actually use, then maybe I can hit the limit. And maybe there's some effect too, where when you get the higher one, you start shelling out commands more, like using task agents, which are using a lot of tokens. So we'll see. But yeah, 4x the limit would definitely let me keep working without any issues. The thing is though, is that right now it's hard for me to imagine hitting 2x the limit at any point, and I'm paying double, right? So am I gonna get more than double value out of it? I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I just gotta pay it. Like, it's not that much money. Like, gotta get this shit done. I gotta get better at using these things. I gotta do this thing. I talked about yesterday how it's annoying to me to pay it because in 5 or 10 years we're gonna have cheaper models that work better. They're gonna have made them more efficient and better by the next 5 to 10 years. And so you're just paying to be early. Like buying, the first iPhone or something. It might help you, but you better make sure because those things are coming down in price. So the event cards. I was talking about how the production only have these compact event cards, but you have this RSVP button here. So now at least I have the group on the event when you're on home, the compact version of the event card. But I mean, this isn't good. This has to be fixed. I have some ideas in my head, but as a general thing, I need all these cards to be consistent. That's what I'd really like to get done today. And then the other really big thing is the comments. This comments area doesn't work. I don't mind the song, but not right now. That's fun. So this comments section doesn't work, right? Because this is a card, a single card. What if you have 20 comments on this? You're just gonna have a card that's like, 10 page lengths high. I can make the comments more compact and stuff, but it's just a fundamental problem with this approach. I asked ChatGPT, Claude, yesterday to implement this. So if we go over here, we can see these. I don't think it's still open. What was the name? Comments flow mockup. So it came up with a few different options. Of how comments could look like. But you see, in every single design, it kept them inside of a card. I explicitly said that an issue is that they're in a single card. It's like, well, we can make them more compact. So it liked this hybrid approach where you would have all the sort of top level comments and then you would kind of like do this down. That looks fine. But again, I don't know, like, what does a view full thread do? In my head, when I saw this, I thought, well, maybe if you click on 5 more, it should expand them into cards so that each comment itself becomes a card. That's, I think, maybe a viable approach. I asked it to mock that up and it didn't really. it did this, which is that you would have sort of the post that you're viewing. It would have this bottom section. You would click that and it would expand those into cards. And then the cards would maybe show like a top comment below them. And then maybe you could click on the card and it would take you to that, which wouldn't be a post necessarily. But it is something to think about if these should be the same structure. One thing I was thinking about yesterday is that if you're doing end-to-end encryption, one thing that makes this so much harder is you can't you can't migrate the data ever, right? So any data anyone has in their encrypted history needs to work. And so you better be very happy with your data structures, or you're making migration paths that keep supporting them indefinitely. That's doable. Companies do it. Facebook does this type of thing generally, but you better, I mean, that's why Facebook also has a lot of bugs. So, well, like with edge cases, because someone like has some history that wasn't accounted for in the migrations and stuff, and they're in some state that no one thought about. So yeah, I need the data structures here to be very simple if I want to do end-to-end encryption, which means things like not having two different types of things for comments and posts. You just have like some object that represents what it is, and you can render it differently and you can filter it out differently depending on what it is, but you better not do anything kind of crazy with the structures. It better be very simple, which is why I think messaging works with encryption. Like Signal, for example, you can see your whole Signal history, right? Like it doesn't break, and they can't modify your history. All those objects are static, essentially. They can put code in that handles them if they're old, but you don't want, 5 variations of what a message can look like. You're keeping your message structure indefinitely. And so if you're in a normal app, what you can do is you can just migrate the database, right? You can update everyone's data to look like the new structure that you want to represent. So yeah, I'm still thinking about, the public version, which would be unencrypted, public groups, and the end-to-end encrypted version, which is the one I kind of care more about. There is an aspect that I do care about with the public groups, which is it would be fun to have public groups with some of the bots, like these personalities. I would just love to be able to go into groups with like 10 bots that are just kind of messaging each other, posting stuff, and then you could just interact. You can just interact with them. Like I think it's not really necessarily a long-term thing, although some of the creative writing stuff, it's just fun to read. Like almost to me, this is like a little bit like doing making this website is a little bit like writing a book or something. It's different, but I can create this structure and then have the AI bots write stuff into it, and it's just kind of a fun structure to interact with the bots. I would read I would read this just because it's entertaining to see how they would use this type of thing and what they would write. And like I said, the creative writing is pretty fun. So I'd love to have different groups with different types of AI bots talking to each other. And I mean, there's things like character AI, which are doing a similar thing, but it's just chat. It's not like having a personality that is expressed over the platform. And of course, the issue with having a personality like this, there were the people that made the game too, where you could like watch the game characters and stuff. But I don't think you could interact with the game characters. They could make that where you could go interact with the game characters, but it's a lot of commitment to have to hop into a game, interact. Okay. Let's see what we're doing. No comments. Yeah, making all these posts consistent, making the comments good. If I saw this and I'm like, do I fix this? And I'm like, well, over here, share something as its own card. So it should probably be its own card here, but we're in a card, so we can't make it its own card. So, I don't know. I'm getting close. It's just still, there's another couple days of work here. It's funny to me when I go back and look at my videos of the live streams. It's like, how much time do I spend on each thing? That's kind of one of the nice things with doing the streaming, is I can just see every day how much time I'm spending on stuff. And so it's like I spend a week or two on Grafana charts, and I spend a week or two on the front end design. And I mean, that's kind of the trouble, right? As you add all those things up, and how far do you get in some period of time. I think the thing is, if you can keep consistency, then, you know, over a 6-month period, if like literally I come up with my own Grafana structures, I make this thing, I like do the back, like if each of these things I spend 2 or 3 weeks on, in a 6-month period, you have something very interesting potentially if you've hooked it all up together well. So that really is the challenge, is to keep consistency and momentum. So yeah, but I gotta keep going. And at a certain point, you have something that no one else has. You have kind of like a little. One way I would describe this when I was still working was, you know, I wanted to build something a little bit like a shrine. Like people used to build shrines in the forest or whatever, little temples or shrines. And so that's kind of what I'm trying to do, just make something that I really like. And people do this with programming stuff, but it's like not designed for other people to use. Like it's just designed to be their own thing, or they're very, maybe it's like an autistic trait thing or whatever. They're very they're designing something that like is just to their own thing. And so what I'm designing here is something more that lets me make things for other people faster. That's kind of the point. Let me make things for other people faster and cheaper. Because the big companies and stuff, the companies that raise money, they spend so much money up front that they have to put ads on the platform. They have to like charge you ridiculous amounts of money continually, because that's just how they're set up, and they fundamentally can't change that once they're set up. It's just a core part of their identity is to have huge costs. So I'd like something that's simple, provides value. It can be maintained by very few people for very low cost. And the reason I like end-to-end encryption is because I feel like that type of thing has a lot of staying power in terms of value, because it's just really hard to build good end-to-end encrypted systems. And you can't really do it retroactively. So very few people are willing to do the commitment up front or something like that. And my feeling is that we need more places like that, spaces where you don't have to be conscious of what the government could just come after you one day or something. If you're, say, an illegal immigrant, or if you're gay, or who knows what. Whatever. Whatever people decide to attack other people for. I suppose if I were watching this, I would think, why don't you talk about the bad parts of end-to-end encryption, which are obviously that, you know, people can do things that harm other people through end-to-end encrypted platforms. That's 100% true. But, you know, it's like the same reason we have what's the word? Guilty and innocent until proven guilty. And that lets people get off. Like, the whole point is that you don't want to put innocent people in jail. Just, you'd rather let bad people get off in some cases. And so I feel the same way about end-to-end encryption. It's like, you can't have everyone always thinking about what they're doing and being different, hiding who they are, just because some very few people are bad. I think I was thinking about this the other day too, which is, I think you would maybe make an exception for existential risk to society, where like, if you can harm one other person, we can't take your rights away, or like that's a bad reason to take your rights away. Even if you can really harm them bad, it's just, that's just the way it is. Like, you can't have everyone worrying about that. But you know, if you can do a lot of damage, then, you know, if you can make a nuke, obviously, if it were possible to make a nuke at home, then you probably couldn't have end-to-end encryption or privacy, and we'd all have to just be conscious of it. And it's just how it would have to be. You'd have no over here. That's how it would have to be, because for people to have that right, it would put everyone else at risk. The vacuum is coming. And the dog is confused. Let's get moving. If we hit the limit, we'll probably just pay to upgrade. Can you check the same height? Let me actually check this right now. I'm having to check more stuff myself because it'll just tell me stuff or just assume stuff very quickly. I mean, this is just pretty poorly built code. What are you gonna do? Like, maybe it's a user problem, I don't know. Yeah, I suck at using this stuff. Okay, so if I go here... Oh, phone call. Okay, I'm back. This, that, what was I doing? Doing something here. Yep. Two. For example, I have an SM button and it's 5.9. Seems like they should both be. Make sure my microphones. Should both be 32 pixels, huh? I'm gonna disable my microphone while the vacuum is running in here.
Edited the button TypeScript JSX file, adding explicit height values of 32 pixels, 36 pixels, and 40 pixels for the small, medium, and large sizes, removed the vertical padding values, and kept the horizontal padding for text spacing, so that the button now matches the icon button's dimensions. I also explained that the original button used padding-based sizing, while the icon button used fixed height values, and that the new explicit heights combined with the existing vertical centering style provide consistent sizing across both components. Edited the action button TypeScript file to add explicit height values of 32 pixels for the small size and 36 pixels for the medium size. And I updated the share button's compound variants to use those heights and matching widths, removing a redundant height override. This ensures that the small, medium, and large button components now have consistent heights across button, icon button, and action button. I also noted the resulting size table showing 32 pixels for small, 36 pixels for medium, and 40 pixels for large where applicable. I edited the button TypeScript JSX, icon button TypeScript JSX, and action button TypeScript JSX files to replace the small size definitions with extra small size definitions, added excess entries to the variant arrays, and updated the icon size calculation to handle the excess case. I also updated the compound variant settings for icons and overlay icons to use the new extra small dimensions. Finally, I summarized the resulting size mapping for each component. Permission requested. Exit plan mode to consolidate button component shared styles.
Okay, vacuum's done. I'm really thinking about the tags, so I want to work on two things right now, which are the
Permission requested. Command
events.
to run TypeScript type checking.
Like, I don't know if this is too much. I think it's okay. The going, like, this doesn't feel great. The going and the action buttons down here. And then especially these ones don't feel great. I think there's like obviously things I would try here.
Permission requested. Run EaseLint check using PNPM.
But I gotta just think about, you know, do I need these action buttons always? Do I need them in compact mode?
Permission requested. Run EaseLint check on
Always
project
need
files.
to see action buttons. Should they be hidden for all cards in compact mode? Maybe with smaller. Indicating counts? Should they be hidden?
I edited the action button TypeScript JSX file to add a missing import and replace the icon size calculation with the shared button sizes constant. Deleted the incomplete button sizes TypeScript file and ran type checking, the TypeScript compiler, and linting, which all passed without errors. I created a button styles TypeScript file containing shared constants such as button base, button sizes, hoverlift variant, and small button transform, and updated the button, icon button, and action button TypeScript JSX components to reference these shared styles. This consolidates button styling so future height or size changes only need to be made in one place.
Look at everything. One thing I was thinking about today is I should figure out a better mic setup where I can have. What I don't like right now is that when I look at my setup, so I think my setup is nice that I'm kind of like looking at the same thing that the like looks like I'm looking at my screen. And my mic is in a position where it's what's the word? Like it looks like I'm looking at the thing and I'm talking into the mic. But the mic's kind of in the way, me seeing the screen. And also, like, if I look over here, it's in the way of my face. I feel like I should just get a, I don't remember what the word is, but the mics that just kind of hang down and pick up the area below them, what they use for movie sets and stuff a lot. I don't know why people don't use those for streaming, but I feel like that would work better for me. I wouldn't have a mic in front of me, and then I could just talk and face wherever I need to face. Because, yeah, I'd like to be able to look at the camera when I talk about stuff. And I've noticed that in my audio, sometimes my sound is not great because I'm looking away from the microphone. This position seems okay. Now it's right in front of me. From the camera, it doesn't look like it's right in front of me. But the problem with it being right in front of me is I can't see my screen. So, it's a problem. I think it's like literally right in front of my line of view. I have to... And I did try to move it so that it was like kind of more over here. But then, yeah, my face gets blocked by the microphone is the other issue. It's just like when I'm looking at... Whatever. Not a big problem right now. Might deal with it at some point. But doing these super long sessions, I don't have time to do anything else, really. I think I can maybe do a couple other little things a day. Okay, back to work. Our buttons are improved, hopefully. Maybe. Possible. More consistent now, hopefully. I don't know in general if I like having a transition to dark mode or just the lights on, lights off. I think I like the transition when it's all consistent. But it's hard to make it all consistent for something like this where you don't want to have transitions on colors that you don't expect. Let's see. The big questions. Tags. Do we need tags at all? I like tags. Basically, I think of the events and photos as something like a tag. And so maybe you just want to group things that are, you know, you want to have some things that are photos, some things that are events. It's kind of like an album. A post. And this is another thing that's kind of interesting, which is if someone wants to add a tag to their post and it's end-to-end encrypted, do they add an event to add the post, to add the tag? Or does it actually update the original thing? To me, the original poster should be able to update their original content indefinitely, as long as I have access to it. But then do moderators have the ability to edit stuff like that? Or can they only delete? Because if you start letting moderators like edit content of other people, I mean, it's interesting to me that Signal even lets you delete messages that other people see, because that means that you're modifying their history. Okay, focus. Events. What we're here for. We're getting so close, I just can't figure out what I want to do. Okay, let me ask the bot. That's what I always do. I get stuck. Ask the bot. Like I said, it's that rubber ducky effect. But I don't know what's going on with this video. At agents. Take a look at how we're doing tags. Take a look at I'm thinking the tags won't really scale well as soon as you have more than a couple. Also, they do make the post feel noisy. The posts feel a bit noisy. At the same time, I like that they're so easy to click to get to view related posts. When you come up, a few different designs. We could take a look at the most recent take a look at the most recent images and screenshots to see right now.
Permission requested. Command to find recent screenshots. I examined the tag link, tag list, and related style files, and noted that tags are currently displayed as right-aligned gray links that turn accent on hover. I then outlined 5 alternative designs: collapsed pill with popover, condensed inline badge row, single tag icon with tooltip, contextual inline tags, and a floating primary tag, detailing their advantages and drawbacks. I offered to prototype the collapsed pill or the icon tooltip option, based on which direction you prefer.
The current design shows tags. Only, yeah, this is what I thought. Too. So show only the first tag, or some count of them, with remaining tags. Oh, sorry. And a hover/click pop over. Tags is a small pill patch. I do like the idea that you just hover, you don't have to click it. You just hover it and then you can click them. Tag icon. Tags is small. No, not this. This maybe. Yeah, so then you could do tags inline. I don't know how I feel about tags inline. It's nice when you're writing the post. My feeling is that you should just be able to write the post with the tags inline, and then the tags automatically get added to the tag list. So if you choose to write a tag inline, it would display inline, but you don't have to. Yeah, and how is that going to work for events? I guess it would be in the description of the event, but again, for short events, you wouldn't see it. And if you have like 10 tags, it's still going to have an issue, which is going to look ridiculous. I like option 3. Could you go ahead and give some design? You can use playwrights. Sure. Shot. Look nicer because it's tapping the words here is not going to be good. But yeah, you have a thing. Just hover over it for a half second. Choose the tags. I like that. And then on mobile, obviously you have to tap it. But so if you do write them in line, that's fine. It'll just pull them in. Then you can additionally add more. Fix this. Tag icon variants. Stop zooming in. Let's do the icon. I guess this should go in action button. But I would make that hover effect to open total. Think about. And then I would like that hover, but we do also need to support clicking to keep it open. Close so that it works. Cool. So, create a plan to go ahead and I don't know what I'm gonna do about music. YouTube flags. So I mean, YouTube just lets the copyright whatever people. If you use any music, whatever, then you'll get copyright infringement. So they have this collection of music that's whatever free that you can use, and that's what I've been using, but it only lasts a few hours, and then I have to play it again, and I do it every stream. I've got to figure out thing to do about that. There are some people who make free music you can use, but it's like hours long. I might use those, but they all have like a certain flavor or style. I gotta spend some more time exploring that. But it's not gonna be viable long term to keep playing the same 100 songs over and over and over again. Ooh. Oh. Ah. I think this will make tags look a lot better.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
Make sure to use front end, design skill, and good. Let's go. once we have tags sorted out, then the next thing is to fix the event setup. I think what I'll do is I'll move the button over here, and I'll move it over here as well. So I'll compact this with the button here. It'll look nice. That will look nice. Okay, let's profile page, Y. That is what they're called. Jesus Christ, this thing is so much code. Okay. Stat item. No snow, wubs. No snow today. There's sunshine. Sunshine. That's not what I wanted.
Permission requested. Command to run Happy Group's development environment.
You don't need to check. It looks like you're not only. We should always. Well, that's kind of interesting. You only have one tag. You could just display it. I think the tags need to be on the right side parts, the left of the share button. Yeah, I think it's better to just always show the share button, even if there's only one. Because then you can do things like have add a tag or whatever inside of the modal. The one is a little bit big. You probably need to move the margin.
I edited the tags button
But
TypeScript file
maybe
to always
it's
display the tag icon, and
better
removed the special case for a single tag.
just
Added a push right style with margin left auto in the tags button styles file, and updated the post
their
actions
own.
TypeScript file to apply this new class, so the button aligns to the right of the flex container. I also confirmed that the badge now correctly shows the tag count for any number of tags. Finally, I marked task 9 as completed.
Dun dun dun. The tag isn't supposed to use a pill bubble like that. It should look very similar. The count should just
I edited the action button TypeScript file to remove the left margin from the share style, updated the post actions TypeScript file to import the styled system CSS helper, and wrap the rightmost actions in a div with margin left set to auto, and cleaned up the tags button styles by deleting the unused push right definition. I also explained that the new right actions wrapper pushes the tags and share buttons to the right with automatic left margin and a gap of 3 units between them. I edited the TypeScript style file to replace the count badge definition, remove the unnecessary relative positioning, and change the gap from 1.5 to 1 to match action button. I also updated the TypeScript JSX component to adjust the button markup and ARIA label, and I read the style file to verify the changes. The tags button now aligns with the other action buttons, showing only the icon and count text with consistent spacing and styling.
I think it should pop up tags if you hover over for longer, let's say 100. Where's the box at? Yes.
I edited the tags button TypeScript file updating the handle mouse enter function to clear any pending close timeout, and the handle mouse leave function to clear any pending open timeout. I explained that the hover behavior now waits 100 milliseconds before opening, cancels the open if the mouse leaves before that, and waits 100 milliseconds before closing after opening, while a click still toggles immediately.
If the tags open by hover, and then you click, the first click should keep it.
I edited the tags button TypeScript JSX component, updating the comment to explain that when the dropdown is opened by hover, the first click locks it open and the second click closes it. I also described the new click behavior for the dropdown.
Clear at agents. Kinda love how file search is not a deterministic thing in Claude Code. Take a look at the most recent image and screenshots. Should show a full post with the tags down open. What could we do to make this nicer? See if it picked out the right. 119.
I examined the existing tags button component and suggested a range of visual upgrades, from quick wins like adding a caret arrow, entrance animation, chip style tags, and a prefix icon to more substantial changes such as a header with a divider, colored tag indicators, hover previews, and improved spacing, as well as high polish options like a Glassmorphism backdrop and tag group colors. I asked which direction you'd like to pursue, noting that the fastest impact would come from implementing the caret, animation, chip styling, and icon prefix together.
Go ahead and create a plan. Or preview colored. Add a small header with context. I'm interested to see how Glass is going to look with this UI. We'll see how it looks for these, and maybe we'll use that for other stuff too. It'd be pretty nice. Because we kind of actually have Glass, sort of. I'll see what it does, and then I'll try to merge all these concepts. Basically, we have this kind of glassy opacity look. Maybe that's what this should do, and then also this. It should all be the same sort of setup. Drop down, header, overlay. It all the same sort of design. Like looking good. Little bolt. Little bolt. like when I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, how is it different than
Permission
Slack or
requested. Exit plan mode to implement tag dropdown enhancement plan.
make sure to look at agents.md and create tasks getting started, and then use front end. I'm thinking, how is it different than, say, Slack or Discord or something like that? And the obvious thing is that those are all focused around messages, which is fine. But, you know, I don't want to sit there and read 100 message communication between people. If someone posts something that I need to see, then that's fine. I mean, basically this is my issue with group chats too, right? Any group chat I'm in, I have to silence it because it's just way too much noise. So if someone posts some photos or something, and that gets posted in, like, my dad posts 10 photos, then that'll be one post, not a bunch of stuff, and I can see that there, and I don't have to see the comments on each, you know what I mean? The comments are just there too. So, yeah, part of the whole point here is to reduce noise. You should only be posting if you want to post, not because other people want you to post, and then you should only be going because you actually want to see what's on the platform, not because you're addicted to whatever. And it shouldn't be pestering you all the time to go to the platform or whatever. No ads, no global, there's a global feed, but no global posts in your feed. Basically a better version of old Facebook. Oh, that's looking good. Like that. The fact that the caret is needs to be below the total.
Permission requested. Run EaseLint to check for issues in the Happy Groups directory.
This is not Glass, is it? I guess it is. No. I don't think we have top and what the fuck are these called? Interpreted as 30 pixels. I don't think the spacing is Maybe use. Sure.
Permission requested. Command to start dev server in background.
It's working. I took a screenshot and look at the latest screenshot in screenshots. The carrots. Carrots doesn't look great. And only the tags both. Cursor. Right now, the entire mode.
I edited the tags button styles TypeScript file 3 times, updating the dropdown base, caret dimensions, and tag item spacing. I added a default cursor to the dropdown and a pointer cursor to tag items, reduced the caret to 10 pixels, matched its background to the dropdown glass style, and applied a shadow only on the exposed edges so the caret blends seamlessly with the dropdown edge. fetched the most recent screenshot, then edited the tags button styles TypeScript file to replace the caret comment and switch the caret to solid colors that approximate the Glassmorphism appearance, near white for light mode and dark blue-gray for dark mode, explaining that this prevents the semi-transparent background overlap seam.
It's so different.
I updated the tags button styles TypeScript file, replacing the comment and modifying the caret style to use a CSS border triangle with 0 width and height, which eliminates background overlap issues. I explained that this border triangle technique avoids the transparency artifacts that occurred with the previous solid color approach.
Caret should have the same sort of background transparency filter setup. Oh, let's see. Oh my god. That was not the right approach. Can... The caret should have the same Can you apply the same style? Okay. Why does it keep doing that?
I edited the tags button styles TypeScript file, replacing the caret comment and updating its style to use a rotated square with the same Glassmorphism as the dropdown, and positioning it behind the dropdown with a z
Why
index
would you do
of
that?
-1. This ensures the dropdown's background covers the overlap, leaving only the triangle tip visible with proper Glassmorphism.
Carrots. Not the carrot. Wrong with this thing. We still want it. The triangle. There we go.
I edited the tags button styles TypeScript file, replacing the comment about a rotated square caret with a note about using a triangle via clip path, and updated the caret style to use clip path polygon while preserving the Glassmorphism background and backdrop filter effects.
Oh, what is going on? Bottom. Minus 6 pixels. Wow. We can't perfectly overlap it. That's annoying. I can see 1 pixel difference. I'll have to live with 1 pixel difference. They definitely have different effects. I see why. It's because the caret is over the box shadow and it's transparent. So you see the box shadow through the caret. Fine. There's more blurred. Less blurred. What's changing all of them? Backdrop filter. Blur. Up the blur, turn down the blur. Not seeing any difference. I don't think this blur is doing anything on the caret. Let's just change the opacity. 5. One. There's something that's coming into play. Huh. Dude. Okay, I don't know what to do. Too hard to do with a carrot. I like the carrot, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Do I live with this for now? What do I do? I don't know yet. But I do know. Take a look at header. Header. As well as dropdown. As well as context. These all have a similar sort of Glassmorphism. Is that what it's called? Glassmorphism. So we should make them all consistent. How should we go about doing this in the context? Agents.md. Yeah, agents.md and so our header also has this sort of see-through effect. We have kind of two different styles going on. One is sort of the older card style, which I don't mind, but it is nice to have for overlays this sort of Glassmorphism effect where it's sort of see-through, kind of looks like glass, like sort of the new iOS stuff, just to give it sort of different feel. Otherwise, if you have sort of a card directly over for the overlays, you just end up with cards on cards and it doesn't look great. So yeah, we just need to make sure that all these dropdowns are consistent. Like this one is just a card, which is why it's not see-through at all. That needs to be consistent with
I
these
explained that header and tags button already use a semi-transparent background with a 12-pixel blur for Glassmorphism, while Profile dropdown currently uses a solid background without blur. I recommended creating a shared style utility in src/styles/glass TypeScript that defines a base blur object and specific variants for the dropdown and header, then importing those styles into the components. Should Profile dropdown also get Glassmorphism to match tags button?
Make sure the plan is yes on all dropdowns. 83%. Gonna have to pay $200 today. Not ideal. Add agents. Can you take a look at our postcard event layout, both normal. Okay, take a look at those. Interesting it put going here. Not a fan of this because now the action buttons get shifted over, so these are no longer in the same place on an RSVP card. This should be its own line. Here I was thinking I was going to shift it over to the right. I was thinking for use
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
Let's see what this. First make some tasks before getting started, and then use front-end design to proceed. Can you take a look at our postcard event layout? I was thinking for the compact card, what I will do is I will take a photo of each card so I can see them. One. Three. Take a look at the last, the latest 3 screenshots. In screenshots, just see what it look like. I was thinking for the compact card that we should make the event logo bigger so that it occupies both lines / rows.
Permission requested. Run EaseLint to verify changes in the Kiwi app.
I wonder if it did this. Yep. It's a little bit not dark enough. I don't like that.
Permission requested. Command to run EaseLint on modified files in the Kiwi app.
It's consistent now, but gotta do something about that. It could be fine if it was blurred, but this is clearly just, I mean, you can read the text behind. I need it to be much more blurred. Like here, I can't read the text. It seems like the blur effect is stronger for the header than it is for the profile dropdown. I was thinking for the compact card, we should make the event logo bigger so it occupies both lines rows. The event name plus org row and the date time attendees.
I explained that the background opacity tokens differ
And then
between
I
light
think
and dark mode, with the header
the
token being less opaque than the
RSVP
dropdown
button
token, which changes
be
how visible the
shifted
blur appears. And I
all the
asked
way
whether you'd
to
like
the-
me to adjust the dropdown token to match the header's opacity, or keep them intentionally different.
Makes me think that the RS should always be on the right side. It's not. Maybe centered for the investigate this and come up with a plan. Questions. All right, get that started. I can see the difference. The background opacity tokens, lower opacity.
Permission requested. Command to list recent screenshots.
They should all be the same. Is there something we should do to make it consistent as well?
Permission requested. Read. Permission requested. Read.
Allow.
Permission requested. Read screenshot file.
Do I want? Yeah, so you can see the blur here on this popover. I can't read the words behind it, but on this one, I can just, I mean, now it's gotten rid of it, so it's perfectly see-through. But I want the same effect with the header, this, and that. Nope, interesting. Wonder what it's done. Doing something. I kind of like that. Except for the fact you can't read anything. That's what's nice. If we can get the styles the same between all
Permission
these,
requested.
then I just have a single
User
place to
input for
change to
RSVP
kind of
button position and
mess around
event,
with this.
Emoji size and compact card layout.
I kind of like how it was before. This is too see-through. They look the same. They do, right? It's unreadable. The dropdown, the profile dropdown appears to have no mass effect. It seems fully transparent. The default event card, where should the RSVP button be positioned? The default event card would be this one. Keep left. RSVP stays as the first item in the action row. Right aligned. Move. Yeah, so this is the full event card. It definitely shouldn't be in the action row. That way the action row buttons are always in the same place no matter what card variant. So these are the action buttons. And right now they're different between this event card and the other ones. So it needs to move up into its own row. It could be in the middle, or it could be on the right. On the compact card, it's going to be on the right. it's going to be over here. Which makes me feel like it should probably be on the right. Let's try it on the right for now. Which should be similar location to the compact. What emoji size should... Okay. So for this card, we're gonna make this bigger.
I removed the unused Glass TypeScript file and verified the TypeScript compilation. I edited several TypeScript and TypeScript JSX style files to delete the manual WebKit backdrop filter prefixes, leaving only the backdrop filter and background token usage, and then ran the TypeScript compiler again to confirm no errors. I explained that the project now uses a token-based approach with a unified BG Glass token and aligned related tokens, and asked if the profile dropdown looks correct now.
Hold on. Testing stuff. $32.24. Let's do 48. That was adjusted. That does look the best. Keep in metadata row. In compact card, should X going stay in the metadata row? Should date, time, 5 going. Social proof. Pretty funny. Any word to use. Social proof with the action button for better conversion. So funny. Yeah, go ahead and move it next to our SVP. Let's see how that looks. TypeScript compiles. Here's the final consolidation looks like. Oh, gotta make a call. 1 second.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
I'll be right back in 5 minutes. I gotta go measure something. Alright. Had to go measure some cabinet dimensions. I'm exhausted. My breath. Okay. Music stopped. Oh no. I'm gonna take some photos of this. Photo. Oh, frick. What just happened? This. Take a look. Mic on? Yep. Take a look at the two most recent photos in screenshots. You can see how the profile dropdown with the word text behind the profile dropdown is clearly readable, but that's not the case behind the header or the tag pop-up. Why is that happening? Please investigate. What do we got here? Implementation plan, files to modify, event content, compact variant, use CSS grid. Okay. So we'll let that go, and then we'll say first start by creating tasks, detailed tasks on what needs to happen, and then use front-end design as we proceed. This needs to get fixed. This has been hair pulling to get this to do anything consistently. It's like I've asked now 3 times or something for these to be consistent with each other. And it's a pretty simple thing to ask. Like if you were asking a person to do that, it would be very obvious what to do. But yeah, it just won't do it. Add. Okay, so now our event cards should start to look nicer. Let's see. This is what they look like before. So the old cards that are currently on the public version, they don't have any, I mean, they have like this thing over here which shows you hearts and comments, but you can't heart or comment this on the card itself. You would have to click into here and then do it. And so yeah, I mean, I liked how compact this version was, and kind of the version that it's created now is this more, oh, things are broken. Oh, this is not good. Hold on. I gotta stop that one because this other one's breaking stuff. So if it tries to go to the page, it's gonna think something's broken. Let me check what's happening. Debugging context. Should be, yeah, I should just fix this probably. That's what I've been experiencing a lot with the front-end design stuff. Is I should just figure out exactly what's happening and then just ask it to actually make the change.
Permission requested. Run TypeScript type checking on the Happy Groups application. Permission requested. Command to run EaseLint with a 2-minute timeout.
Let's just check something. That's not what I mean. Knobs, kitchen.
Permission requested. Command to format modified files in the postcard component.
Clear. Yeah, try it.
Permission requested. Command to start development server in background.
You don't do that. 87227. What is the width of this? 128. I don't know what 128 millimeters is. Benches. Yep. So, I'm getting kitchen cabinets and I gotta pick out the knobs. But if you pick out different brands, then the finishes will be different knobs. Pride Industrial. Not what I want. Okay, coding. I'm trying to answer this guy while I'm doing this stuff. Let's see, do the cards come out good? No. No, this is not what I wanted. Not come out right. Let's see what it did for the full size. Okay, this is okay. Not great. You already have 3 going, so you don't need it down here. Decision made. I think that's the K910. I don't know. This one probably. Yeah, that's fine. I can change knobs later, that's not a big deal. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, it's burning through tokens trying to figure out why. Why they're different. Yeah, Claude is so bad at looking at images and having any idea what's going on in the image. Let me just figure out what the frick is going on. Okay, let me tell this thing what's wrong with this. Look at the two most recent images and screenshots. The RSVP slash who's going is not shifted to the right on the compact card. And we don't need the who's going count on the default card because it's already in the upper section. Now figure out what's going on with this. Why are you fully visible? What styles? Blur? Yeah, this is the issue, right? The issue has no background color? Is that the problem? Is it transparent? No, it's not transparent. Huh. Do these ones have background color? Let's see.
I edited the postcard styles TypeScript file
There
to
we
add a
go.
right-aligned flex setting for the compact event meta row.
It said
And
it.
I edited the event content TypeScript JSX file to remove the duplicate
I don't know
X
what it
going
did.
text from the RSVP row. I then ran a TypeScript type check with PNPM to verify the changes. The compact card now aligns its RSVP information to the right, and the default card no longer shows the duplicated attendee count.
The issue too is that it says it's already set the background on the component on this thing, like when I asked it before to do this. And it doesn't seem like it did. That's interesting. This seems to be doing nothing. But if I do white, it works. That's weird. Okay. Okay, it said it fixed this issue. Let's see if it did. Okay, so I got rid of that. This maybe should be bigger. This is a lot of empty space. Maybe this should be in line with each other. I'm not sure right now. No. Not right. Yeah, like it's crazy. I mean, I'm telling it exactly what to do here pretty much. It cannot do it. Look at most recent screenshot. The group. The group image event avatar thing should be in line with the group name and the time. Probably it should be in its own div and everything else to the right. And then the going and RS and going button should be on the same line as the time. Perfect. Where did I put the backgrounds on? Oh, it removed the effect or something. Well, I wasn't paying attention. I think I understand the issue. Opens over text, blurs visible, has content behind it. I'll do it myself. Oh, I'm on the public version. This needs to be the same. I can't accidentally.
I updated the postcard styles to comment that the metadata row now has the date and time left and the RSVP right, and I adjusted the comment for the X going badge to reflect its RSVP row context. I also cleaned up an unused compact event name style in the event content component and ran a TypeScript compilation check to verify everything builds. Finally, I described the new 3-row layout with the emoji spanning the first 2 rows, the title and group badge on the first row, the date, time left, and RSVP right on the second row, and the action buttons on the third row.
What's giving it the box shadow? Events emoji badge with box shadow, which I didn't ask it to do. Go away, box shadow. Go there. Compact. Wait, what? I guess that's how it always looked, yeah. Okay. I think it would look nicer if the purple expanded to include these sections, which I guess is what happens here. Okay. Not amazing. Move that. That. And now we have no box shadow here, which I think is cleaner. I want to be able to shift it down a little bit. How is this working right now? These are center aligned, is that what it is? Which is based on that emoji. Okay. That it's 28 pixels because of this. Everything else is vertically aligned to this. But then when I look over here, it doesn't look like these two are starting at the same height. What should I do about that? I think I'm just gonna add a one-off. Compact event emoji. I'm gonna add some padding. Margin. 20 pixels. 2? 8 pixels? Let's do less. Let's do 1. Not the cleanest thing, but I actually wonder, is that 28 over here too? Maybe it should be smaller. It's 32 over here. And it's 28 here. Okay. Not a huge fan of this because now my padding at the top and bottom is slightly different. I don't like. Interesting. The layout just ends up feeling slightly different because we don't have the lower thing here, which kind of puts this in balance. And this is a mess. It's too much on a card. It's okay. I'm okay with this. I don't like this. Too much. Let's do this. Take a photo of this. I don't know about this either. I feel like it should be bigger. This got too much white space. Clear. Clear. front end design. Take a look at the most recent screenshots. In screenshots, it's a screenshot of our compact event post in the home feed. I don't like how busy the right side of the card is with text stuff. Could you propose some solutions? How do I fix this? It has a backdrop filter, it's just not applying.
I explained 4 design options to reduce right-side clutter on the compact event card, such as consolidating the RSVP status into the button, moving the attendee count to the bottom actions row, hiding the share icon behind the More Options menu, and a more extensive restructuring of the right side. I recommended starting with removing the visible share icon and merging the attendee count into the RSVP button. Would you like me to implement one of these approaches?
Option A, consolidate RSVP status into the button. Keep the RSVP button where it is. That would be okay. I feel like it should be bigger though. I'm not totally opposed to that. The RSVP button where it is, but move 6 going down into the bottom actions. I don't like that. So we have space here. We could put stuff here. It would just hide share. Share. So it's just saying hide the share button. I could imagine putting share in here. I would want to keep the tags. And maybe I would replace share with bookmark. But regardless, there needs to be some actions here, and I think they all want to be buttons. I guess the open question is, would you put action buttons down here? Action buttons, like call to action buttons. That's tough, because RSVP is the only one, and then poll has the buttons just as part of the component. I mean, this feels good. There's some better way to do this, I think. Timestamp moves to the, okay, let's see the more aggressive redesign. Timestamp moves into the same line as likes and comments. No. RSVP becomes a subtle toggle in the header row. X going. Let's do option A. And then let's figure out what is going on with this. Remove opacity. I don't think we have opacity. Yeah, this thing doesn't have opacity.
I edited the event content TypeScript JSX file to replace the separate attendee badge with a combined RSVP button that includes the attendee count, and I removed an unused import from the same file. I explained that the compact event card now shows a single button, going 6 when attending or RSVP 6 when not, eliminating the extra badge and reducing right side clutter.
No. I mean, it looks better to have it inside the thing, but it should. There we go. It's cleaner than it was. Yeah, I can live with that. I think there's something better to be done here, but this is
pushing it to the right side of the row.
The spacing is still a little bit messed up all here. Be tweaked. The button could be made a little bit bigger, but it's okay. I want to see. This is what our event looks like. I'm so annoyed about this because this is just one of the last things I want to fix are these cards, since you look at them so much. I really want them to be very good. And then the other thing is comments. I need to figure out how comments are going to work. I'm liking the compact cards. I like the tags pop up. Much cleaner than having the tags on there. Let's fix this. I actually wonder too. Acceptable. This is missing the dots. I gotta fix the spacing on here, it's driving me nuts. Bunch of things to fix. First thing is this Glassmorphism stuff. Why don't you work? I have a feeling it's because of this. Yeah, I think I know exactly what it is. It's because it's positioned outside of the header itself. Now I've moved it outside of the header. That's exactly why. Two pixels, 3 pixels, 4. So what I'm looking at now is I can see the dot behind here. And the more I tune it up, you just can't even see the dot anymore. Okay, now I can tell what the issue is, that the profile dropdown is an element that renders outside of the bounds of the header. I guess I'll just tell it that and see what it does.
I explained that the backdrop filter is functioning, but blurring solid white backgrounds just produces white, so the blur isn't noticeable on the header, profile dropdown, and tags button. I suggested 3 ways to make the blur visible. Replace the solid white cards with a semi-transparent glass style, except that the effect will only show when colorful content scrolls behind, or lower the glass opacity for more transparency.
Completely wrong.
I asked which approach you prefer.
I mean, it's a thing that's true. It has nothing to do with what the issue is. No. The issue is the backdrop filter doesn't work. Backdrop filter is currently having no effect. To make it have an effect, we would need to move the profile dropdown outside there. This is interesting. Why did that happen? How would I fix it? Let's see. Am I gonna run out of tokens yet? Let's see. We're getting close. 84%. Tomorrow, Monday to Tuesday, Tuesday to Wednesday. 3 more days. Good. It is not good. The dropdown uses position absolute, but portal needs fixed. Shit. How is this laid out? Can you get rid of that row gap? That fixes it a little bit. You don't need to check this because you'll burn tons of tokens. Here. Let's see if this works right. Now we could check. Yep. We can see the back. How much blur? This is what it has. I'm looking at the header because the header and this have the same amount of blur. Okay with it. I wish I could get this carrot looking at this thing. Okay, I gotta just get rid of that. Okay, let me do that. Tags button. Get rid of the carrot. Styles.carrot. Carrots. Rid of the carrot. Carrots. No. Huh. I guess that's fine. I might put yeah, just put it a little bit higher because it has a box shadow, and the box shadow really covers up the tags button a lot, and you can still see the border and stuff. So we have consistent. everything is looking good. Do we have anything left to clean up? I'd like to get the spacing a little bit better. Maybe the thing to do is to the font size. Font size.
I created a unified BG glass token in the Panda configuration, aligned BG header, dropdown glass, and dropdown caret to the same opacity values, updated header, sticky context header styles, tags button styles, and profile dropdown styles to use BG glass. Fixed profile dropdown to render via create portal to document body so the backdrop filter works correctly, and deleted the glass style file. Want me to update the tags button dropdown to use portal rendering as well, or is it fine as is?
Let's leave the it appears to be working. That's what we're doing here. This. I think it's already. Yeah, I mean, it's already the size it should be. It's just the spacing. Look at this. Line items. Hope that doesn't work. Why do these group things have thing around them? The button. This is 20 pixels. This is 26 pixels. Why is this 26? Where's that coming from? Where is that coming from? Bit content. Why is it 26? And now these are in a grid. Okay, I don't know. This is fine. It's not perfect, but it's okay. Everything's centered in a 2-row grid. Let's make that 54 pixels. That'll fix the issue. How am I gonna do that? Event. Compact event emoji span. This 54 pixels should fix the issue. And this needs to be 27 pixels. No. Something weird is happening. Oh, because it still has the padding. Margin top. Oh, jeez. Over. Not going good. This is a 48 pixel. Where's the 48 coming from? 48 pixel 1FR. Here, this needs to be 54. Okay, so that's our grid. Does that look better? Oh, maybe? Can't tell. I kind of liked the smaller icon. Now they each get 27. The thing I don't like about this is that this text is pretty low relative to the element. And this text feels like it should be higher. But the reason this text is low is because of this button. This temporary. And then now it's the actual. And now the grids are even. That is better. I think. Now the grids are getting the same amount of height and they're both centered with. That looks great. See, now the text is in the top half and the bottom half, and they're both centered on those, instead of having like slight differences, and it just feels off. I wish I could just now a bit smaller. Where'd that go? Yeah, so if you make it 48 pixels, I don't know. We'll do this. $48. And now we have the issue. Post header. Why does this not work? Event header. Now it's 48 pixels. That's 24 pixels. All right. That looks good to me. A lot of work to get that stupid thing. Okay. Make sure we didn't break anything on the normal event card. Good. It'll match. Let's see how it looks. All page. Good. Although we have these are inconsistent. We have cards for whatever text and polls, and then they have this kind of like posted in thing that looks nice when you're looking at someone's profile, because if you're on someone's profile, you know they're the poster. But then here we have the event name instead of the profile. The event name instead of the group. I think I'm okay with that for now. It's not perfect, but it's fine. Ideally, these would all be exactly the same. I would rework this for this structure. I don't really mind the events looking different because the events should be much less common and more unique. I don't mind if they stand out a little bit. Let me fix this with something I wanted to fix. These should be horizontal. Something keeps breaking them. Why did that get lost? The hero. Huh. Clear. Any idea why the stats ribbon container in profile page is not getting style? Not seeing any. Oh, there's a display block. Any idea why the stats ribbon in its display flex overridden? Can't spell. Not. But I'm pretty happy with how the events look. Like, it could be improved a bit.
I examined the card component and discovered its base style sets display to block, which overrides the flex layout defined in my stats ribbon class. I explained 3 ways to fix it: using a plain div with the card visual styles, adding an inline style to force flex, or applying an important rule, and recommended the plain div as the cleanest solution.
Since both are regular CSS classes, the one that appears later. I feel like there should be some way to override class styles with your own class name. Then you check and a CSS in your 7 CP.
I explained that both CVA atomic recipes and CSS generate styles in the same utilities layer, so concatenating class names with join lets stylisheet order decide precedence, and CX does not dedupe conflicting atoms. I recommended changing the card component to accept a CSS prop, using the recipe S raw style object and merging it with CSS, so overrides are applied at the object level, and I also offered a quick fix alternative using CSS raw to merge styles manually at the call site.
The fix for your card component would be to change class name prop to CSS. Use raw to get the recipe. Nice. What do you think is the most reasonable long-term thing for our design system / components? Should we be able to override like Can you update the so that the default view has all the so contained by
I explained 3 approaches
color.
for handling component styling. Closed components without overrides, using a CSS prop for flexible merging, and a minimal style prop for dynamic values, and recommended the closed component pattern, suggesting that card remain a visual primitive, while a separate stats ribbon component should handle the flex layout.
Screenshots and front end design.
Permission requested. Glob files in home directory.
You're using card for its visual styling, but fighting it. Card is doing 2. Maybe extract the visual bits into a reusable style. Can we just put a flex container inside of the card?
Permission requested. Glob files in home/Jordan Garside directory. I suggested moving the flex layout into an inner div and splitting the styles into separate CSS objects, showing how to keep the card component as a visual container while handling layout separately. I then asked if you'd like me to make that change. I edited the profile page TypeScript file, replacing the original stats ribbon CSS with separate constants for the card container and inner flex layout, and updated the JSX to use these new class names. This change lets the card component handle the visual container, background, shadow, padding, while the inner div manages the flex layout, keeping concerns separated and avoiding cascade conflicts. I edited the postcard TypeScript style file to add a new event colored section wrapper with a colored background, removed the background from the event header, and adjusted the event detail item to use a subtle white overlay. I also edited the event content TSX file to import the new wrapper style, set the event color variable, and wrap the header and details grid inside the event colored section. This now places all 4 detail sections inside the same colored area as the title, while keeping each detail readable with a light background.
Make the and the same color. And get rid of separate background emoji, and then we can make the sections. Can we make the coloring match more how that event page looks, where the entire colored section is the same background emoji? it's not readable.
I edited the postcard styles TypeScript file, replacing the comment and style definitions for the event colored section and the event detail item. I applied a solid event color background to the colored section and gave the detail items a frosted glass effect using a backdrop filter blur of 8 pixels, matching the treatment on the event detail page hero card.
Can you make the description of the event 2-line max and be inline the RSVP? This needs to be over here. The tags need to be displayed.
I edited the event content TypeScript file to combine the description and RSVP button into a single flex row, ensuring the button stays right aligned even when there is no description. I also updated the postcard styles TypeScript file to add the event description RSVP row style with justify content flex end, and an event description clamp style that limits the description to 2 lines with an ellipsis. I explained that these changes fix the layout and resolve the conflicting styles.
Is this one using the same setup as the other? Can you update at photo this page and at to use the post actions instead of having their own? Okay. Color stat card beach. Color stat card.
I replaced the action button markup in the photo post page TypeScript file with the post actions component and removed the now unused action style, updated the CSS block formatting, added optional size and online click props to the post actions TypeScript component, and modified both event detail page and photo post page to use post actions with size set to medium while preserving the like state and passing tags and group handle.
Color. The issue. That card. But I think I'm pretty happy with how events look. Not super happy. Move on. This is not. I don't know what I'm gonna do about that yet. Make it a little bit darker. Color. background. I want it to. Four, 5. Color. This is increasing. Rotating. Duration. Right. Brightness. Oh. It's pretty hard to do it like this because it's transparent, so the background is gonna affect how it looks a lot. I'm not gonna deal with this right now. I think I can basically deploy this. I don't think there's anything that's broken. Everything looks pretty good. Comments are the only thing to deal with, but I could deploy this now. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and deploy. Let me just double check before I do that. Side by side. Oh. Can I do? I see you, Miss Webb. Let's take a look at both of these. Yeah, so now we have the name and the username. We've made the buttons a little bit smaller and we've added tags instead of having the there. Same. Yeah, events are one of the big changed. What events used to look like. Now you can actually click on these actions here. I like the text better. I should make this text better. This one was font size 13 pixels and font weight 700. 13. That's what it was over here. Crazy because it doesn't look like that. Can't be. I see what's happening. I'm on different zooms. There we go, now we're on the same zoom. Let me refresh this, make sure I don't have any files lingering. Okay, we're actually. Yeah, I like that better. Okay, I'll do that. Compact. What are you doing, Pop? Okay. Event meta item. Frick. So hard. Okay. One thing at a time. Text title, compact event name, font size. Go to Panda font. Now I just want. Okay, we're gonna create some debt ourselves. Compact. Just as bad as the LLMs. Not how I should. Compact events, grid events. How am I supposed to do this? CVA or CVS? CSS. This. Here we go. Yep, it's working. So now that lower text is aligned to the top, which I think looks better. It's not aligned with the button on the right, but the button's pretty far. Not 100% sure. Where did I change?
I think that's okay. There's a lot of white space here, but I think that's good. This just looks so condensed. I think I'll live with it. All right, what else do we gotta look at? Good. Group. Falling asleep, Miss Webb. Falling asleep. Fall asleep. Feed. Tags. Didn't change. Polls should really be different. The events. These events are a little bit. I like this bit. Happy with that. The tags page was updated. Profile. Fix that. Yeah, I gotta do something about these events cards. It should be one of the variants of the event posts. A lot more compact now with these tags. Alright, happy. Happy. Happy groups. Play. About a minute. Then production will be on the same version. I should commit everything now too. I don't want to risk something breaking and not being able to look what happened. Let me just see what the issue is maybe. I'll just let it look. Let me see if we finished any tasks. Drop down header. Yep. This was the glass design. Buttons and icon buttons should be the same height at the same sizes. That's done. Consistency of profile postcards. Debatable. Debatable. That would be the fact that here we have posted in and here we don't.
Bill
just gotta
has both issues fixed. One postcard styles. TS replaced manual WebKit line clamp CSS with Panda CSS's line clamp. 2 utility. 2 event detail page. TSX removed unused tag list import.
Is tag list. So I just gotta decide if I'm okay with the fact that the events don't have the same.
I explained that tag list is only defined in src/components/tags/tag list TypeScript JSX and is not imported or used anywhere else in the codebase, so it is dead code.
Go ahead and remove and then. Right, this is pretty refined. Let's see if there's stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and say this is done. I'm happy with how the posts look. But I could do this at some point. If it annoys me, I'll add it as a task again. Show tags or not, that was decided. Comments button is not done yet. Clean up event card designs, that's done. Profile page simple, yeah, it needs to be a variant of itself. Probably comments should be their own cards. This is a thing to board. File folder name consistency. Later. Yep. Messages pop up. Oh. What about the messages pop up? That. Messages. Nope. Can't type. Frozen. Session reset? Guess so. I only have 15% left for the week. Wish I could probably hit today. Well, I don't need to do any big changes, then maybe I'll take tomorrow or Wednesday off. Did this deploy? I think Claude code is just. Frozen? Remote dev. Maybe it ran out of memory or something. Not what I want. Oh my god. Let's see. Something's happening. CPU spiked up to. Maybe it'll recover?
Permission requested. Command
Yeah.
to run Pulumi preview
It did
with
recover.
proto notice disabled.
That was weird. I feel like an ant pup. What are you looking at? Oh my god. Let me kill the. Well, I think I gotta just wait to stop doing whatever. Something got messed up here. Configuration issue.
Permission requested. Command to run Pulumi up with proto notice disabled. Permission requested. Command to cancel Pulumi lock on prod stack. Permission requested. Command to run Pulumi up with proto notice disabled.
To be able to deploy that. Proto. Argument. Sure the build works.
I edited the Proto Tools file to add the proto-no-notice environment variable, ran Pulumi preview and the Happy Groups build to verify everything works, deleted the unused tagless TypeScript component, and cleared the stale Pulumi lock with Pulumi cancel. All commands now succeed.
Okay, let's fix a at a time. Clear. Did you take a look at header messages? At the header of drop down. Header. You take a look at the header messages in here. See if it conforms to the same. Okay. Go to the profile dropdown. If it doesn't, doop, doop, doop. Ruby, move.
Doop, doop.
I edited the header component to give the messages panel a Glassmorphism style, replacing the solid background with a translucent glass background, adding a blur filter of 12 pixels, switching the shadow to a dropdown glass token, and updating the animation to a dropdown slide in lasting 0.2 seconds. I also changed the header border to use the dropdown border token for consistency with the other dropdowns.
Oh. Let's use a portal. Just like the profile modal. Because the blur effect doesn't work when it's a child header and rendered bounds of header. Nothing to me here? No. I'm getting flashing on my iPad. But I don't see in production. It's when I click on an event from the home page. Oh. Weird. iPhone.
Permission requested. Type check the Happy Groups app.
Oh no. I did not account. The events don't fit.
I edited the header TypeScript file to add a ref, position state, portal rendering, and updated the click outside handler and styling for the messages dropdown. I checked that icon button forwards refs properly and ran a TypeScript type check, which compiled without errors. I explained that rendering the dropdown via portal fixes the Glassmorphism blur by moving it outside the header's clipping context.
Yeah, on didn't issue Safari generally. An issue on mobile Safari. Header doesn't come.
First things first. Make sure this is fixed. It's good. Can you fix the rest of this style with the messages? The status indicator appears to under view all message button 60. I wonder. Better. Fixed it. Gotta wait for it to stop modifying this file. That is cleaned up. You can kind of see the blue. I'd really like to make the hover effects also be a blur. It'd be very nice. But that's a back burner thing. Make the hover effect
on the Glassmorphism modals also be. Okay.
I replaced inline style positioning in the header TypeScript JSX file with CSS custom
It's got some
properties.
transition.
Switched the messages dropdown to render via create portal, applied Glassmorphism styling, fixed the button overflow, and simplified the unread indicator by using avatars built in online prop. I then ran easelint and the TypeScript compiler to lint and type, check the Happy Groups app, confirmed all checks passed, and verified the dropdown now matches the design of the profile dropdown and tags button dropdowns.
Hit those. What is the comment? Now, deploy this again. Let's deal with. This is the issue. How can we deal with overflow? This is such a problem. Both the group name and the post itself can have really long names, possibly. You could cut both of them off at a certain length. That's kind of the most trivial thing to do, or straightforward. But it's not really like a super nice thing. And I think right now I should probably make them a little bit smaller for mobile. But yeah, just not ideal. I'm just trying to think of a good way to render these when it overflows. Because it just looks so clean right now and compact with the current layout. Anything else is going to be worse. Which is fine, but I just need it if a post shows up like that it doesn't just, it's not jarring. I don't care for this.
Imagine I'm overexposed. Stupid work. A little light panel. I think what I've got to do is I've got to move the group to its own line. Oh my god. Okay. I've been stuck on this too long. Time to ask the bot. Ask the add agents. Take a look at the last two screenshots and take a look at the two most recent in residence screenshot. Notice row doesn't work well. Mobile small because the name and the group can both belong. We can truncate both, but it really seems like they need separate rows, or one needs to be can you come up with some suggestions for what we can do for this design?
explained the overflow problem in the post header on narrow mobile screens and outlined 5 design options. Then recommended combining an icon-only group badge on mobile with hiding the badge on group pages to recover space while preserving context. And I asked if they would like me to implement one of these solutions.
I can see the issue. The post header row contains avatar name handle, group name, timestamp. On narrow mobile widths, long names combined with group names, overflow. 2-row layout. Stack the metadata into 2 rows. I don't think you can just do it based on emoji. There's not enough emojis. You could do it on emoji and color. Let's see what else. Let's see. Lapse the group badge to just hide group badge when viewing. Hide group badge when viewing within that group. On mobile, only show the group badge when you're on home view. That's what we were. Try to do that. Doesn't help us. Oh, the suggestion is option 4, timestamp below name. I agree. Can you implement emoji only? And we also need to set it. The emoji still have. Create a implement this. I actually think this might be easy. I think this might actually just. I don't know. Nice. Do this all in group badge. That part should be easy. Truncating the name beyond a certain length. It's gonna be a thing. But this should at least address it in the short term. Try to get this done in the next 10 minutes and then go feed the animals.
Permission requested. Exit current plan mode.
Make the postcard header work better. Oh, showing emoji only. MD. You'll also need to do something with the title. Event variant. Note that you only to deal with this on the profile and compact variants, because those are the only. Need to deal with the name because those are the only ones with the group badge. Well as the profile variant. You also need to implement something. Note that you only need to deal with the name type. You don't need to do any browser testing. So I will do it. And I think we want to hide the name. Something like this is when the you actually see the specific. This is when the 610 pixel so it starts. We don't have a breakpoint. What do people do in this? Is there something in an at PM? Let's see.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
Let's see. Agents. Add agents. Create some tasks. First create some tasks. Let's finish this. Nice. When you're scrolled down on a page and navigate to another page on mobile, the context.
Permission requested. Run TypeScript type check on happy groups.
Is this done already?
I edited the user info TypeScript JSX component, the event content TypeScript JSX component, and the group badge TypeScript JSX component to add max width constraints and content down styles for the new 660 pixel breakpoint. Updated the Panda configuration with that breakpoint, regenerated the Panda CSS, and ran several TypeScript type check commands. I explained that below 660 pixels, the group badge shows only the emoji while keeping its colored background and long names truncate with ellipsis. And I noted a pre-existing TypeScript error in the card component that is unrelated to these changes.
Why can't I find this? Nice. Perfect. Perfect. Good enough. All right, right on time. Can I click it? Oh.
I fixed the Panda CSS content syntax in card TSX by replacing content with content and applied an as any type assertion on line 196 to work around the strict typing limitation. I also cleaned up the stretched link comment formatting and ran the TypeScript type check multiple times to confirm the errors were resolved.
Context. When scroll down on a page, scroll down on a page and navigate to another page on mobile. None of the links are working.
I read the use sticky header visible TypeScript hook to understand why the sticky header flash persisted across pages, identified a race condition where the old observer cleanup ran after new page data was set, and then edited the sticky header context TypeScript file to reset the visibility state to false whenever set data is called with new data, ensuring the header visibility is correctly initialized on each new page.
Something broke. Okay. It was covering the whole thing, so you click post out. Fuck, I should have committed. Ugh.
I edited the card component TypeScript file, replacing the old stretch link comment and CSS with a new version that positions the link itself absolutely and sets inset to 0, removing the reliance on an after pseudo element. This change ensures the link has actual dimensions and covers the entire card. I explained that the fix stretches the link directly rather than using the pseudo element trick.
Simpler for removing parts, link has real dimensions.
I explained that using position absolute with inset 0 creates a simpler, fully sized link that works reliably across browsers, while the after pseudo element is a traditional stretched link pattern that can cause sizing bugs and is only needed when visible content is separate from the clickable area. Both methods require interactive children to have position relative and a higher z index. I concluded that for our navigation only link the direct approach is preferable and the after pattern is overkill.
So the issue with the sticky bar is that it changes, it's still hiding the page already navigated in the contents inside of the sticky header changed to the new page. Front-end design, what do you think?
I explained the timing problem where the header animates out while new page data appears, outlined 4 possible solutions, and recommended using an instant hide, no animation, during navigation as the cleanest approach, then asked if you'd like me to implement one of them. I added a useRef import and an instant hide state to the sticky header context TypeScript file, updated the sticky context header TypeScript component to include the data instant attribute, and modified the sticky context header styles TypeScript stylisheet to disable transitions when data instant is true. I explained that this makes the header hide instantly during navigation while preserving smooth 200 millisecond scroll animations.
Shouldn't hide if it's going really.
edited the sticky header context TypeScript file to modify the setData callback, updating the logic that checks scroll position. I explained the new header visibility rules. On mobile, the header stays visible when the scroll is restored and hides instantly on fresh navigation, while on desktop the observer continues to handle hiding.
Hold on, pup. Okay, I gotta feed you. Do you have any idea why the header flashing, navigating between pages? It doesn't seem and on every page change though. Oh.
I read the sticky header context TypeScript JSX file, the index CSS file, and the Panda configuration TypeScript file, then explained that the header flash on iOS Safari is caused by the combination of a blur backdrop filter, sticky positioning, and page transition animations, which intermittently drop or misrender the blur layer during navigation. I suggested several fixes, including forcing a GPU compositing layer with will change and translate Z, adding a contain property, using an explicit WebKit prefixed 3D transform, or applying a higher opacity solid background for iOS, and I asked if they would like me to implement one of these solutions.
Okay, I'm gonna feed you guys. I'll have to figure this out when I get back. Okay, I'll feed you guys. It's okay, guys.
I edited the header TypeScript file and the sticky context header styles TypeScript file, adding will change, transform translate z, 0, and backface visibility hidden to the header and will change and backface visibility to the sticky context header. I explained that you should try the changes on your iOS device, and if the flash persists, we can explore other approaches such as using CSS contain or increasing the background opacity. I reverted the earlier modifications in the header TypeScript file and the sticky context header styles TypeScript file. And I commented out the sticky context header / component in the layout TypeScript file to debug the iOS Safari header flash. I updated the layout TypeScript file by inserting the sticky context header component after the header. I explained that the problem stems from the main header and proposed 3 mitigation steps, recommending disabling page animations. Which would you like to try next? I'd suggest trying 1, disable page animations, since that's what's changing during navigation. I updated the header TypeScript component to use a solid BG card background and disabled the backdrop filter. changed the header TypeScript file to use fixed positioning with left and right set to 0, and I added a comment noting the switch from sticky to fixed. I also edited the layout styles TypeScript file to include a comment about adding top padding to accommodate the fixed header height. I explained that this should stop the brief flash on iOS Safari caused by the sticky header's scroll-dependent behavior. I edited the header TypeScript JSX file, replacing the test comment with a permanent fix that uses position fixed instead of sticky. I explained that the issue stemmed from an iOS Safari bug, where sticky positioning combined with backdrop filter blur and scroll position changes during navigation caused a flash, and that using position fixed avoids the problem. I edited the header TypeScript component, updating the comment to clarify that the flash on iOS Safari is caused by sticky repositioning during the navigation scroll reset. I noted that the position remains fixed. explained that the iPad's viewport size triggers different code paths, causing the left and right sidebars, both using position sticky, to appear in landscape mode and likely produce the flash. I noted that these sidebars are hidden below certain breakpoints, 900 pixels for the left and 1100 pixels for the right, and suggested that fixing the issue might require converting the sidebars to fixed positioning, though addressing the iPhone case could be sufficient for now. I explained 3 ways to handle the scrolling issue, recommended using a dedicated scroll container for the main content as the cleanest solution, and offered to restructure the layout component to implement that approach. I edited the sidebar TypeScript file to use position fixed with a calculated left offset, updated the right sidebar TypeScript file to use position fixed with a calculated right offset, and modified the layout styles TypeScript file to add responsive margins that reserve space for the fixed sidebars. The max function in the CSS keeps the sidebars aligned with the centered 1100 pixel layout on wide viewports while falling back to edge padding on narrower screens. edited the sidebar TypeScript file, the right sidebar TypeScript file, and the layout styles TypeScript file to replace the fixed positioning with sticky positioning and remove the margin calculations, reverting the sidebars back to sticky. I noted that the header remains fixed to prevent iOS flashing, while the sidebars are now sticky, though the iPad still shows a flash and may need a different scroll container approach. I edited the Panda configuration file to add WebKit tap highlight color. Transparent for anchor elements, ensuring links no longer show the black highlight on iOS Safari.
So Safari really kind of screws over web development because I made these all A tags,
I read
which
the
means you
appling
see the
TypeScript
little...
file to understand its API. Then I edited the header TypeScript JSX file to add the applink import and replace the button with an applink for the logo, improving semantics and accessibility.
Yeah. So the reason you want to use links for everything is because it allows the user to like alt click stuff or command click stuff, control click, whatever. And it's just better to be able to use the app and for accessibility and stuff. Like, so if a user is using a screen reader, they can just know what the button is going to do, like where it's going to take them, at least. But the fucked up thing is that Safari does such weird stuff with links and stuff that you're very incentivized to just use buttons so you actually have full control over the app. Really annoying. Because right now I'm having issues with like re-rendering and stuff like that when the page changes because it's a link. And it's just really hard to deal with. And it makes the app feel worse. And it looks like I just don't know what I'm doing, but it's like, no, I just can't do it right in Safari without making it worse. Annoying. It's like I do all this work to make it suck. Specifically.
I edited the detail page header TypeScript file, replacing the styled system import with an applink import and swapping the button element for an applink component that links to the group handle. This change gives the group link proper link semantics and enables prefetching on hover or focus. I checked the button TypeScript component and confirmed it already supports a to prop. I edited the detail page header TypeScript file, replacing the applink import with button and swapping the applink element for a button with a to attribute, secondary variant, and small size. I explained that the button now renders as an applink internally, applying the secondary variant styling while preserving the custom group link styles.
Okay, I'm gonna call it early today. Relax, because the next big thing is doing the comments. I really don't feel like doing it today. Figuring out what's gonna happen here. I'll probably think about it some tonight. But, yeah, something's gotta happen with the comments. Besides that, there's little wrap-up tasks. Comments, chunk of stuff here. Call it. I can just do something. Now we got some more here. Need the
explained that the ComposeBox component hard codes the avatar background and default emoji, instead of using the current user's avatar background color and emoji, and that the profile dropdown renders the avatar as a plain div rather than using the avatar component with the correct background color. And I suggested importing the current user and using the avatar component with the proper color to fix both issues.
Alright.
Permission requested. Run lint check on happy groups. I edited the profile dropdown styles TypeScript file to remove the hard-coded background and rely on inline styling. And I modified the profile dropdown component TypeScript JSX file to apply the user's avatar background color and enlarge avatar sizes. I also updated the ComposeBox component to use the avatar component with the current user's avatar and background color. I explained that all avatar instances now use the actual avatar background color instead of the previous accent light color. Permission requested. Run lint check on happy groups. Permission requested. Command to fix prettier formatting issues in the Kiwi app. Permission requested. Run EaseLint check command. I changed to the Happy Groups directory, ran the lint check, applied prettier fixes, and then ran the EaseLint check. I confirmed that the files I modified, profile dropdown TypeScript JSX, profile dropdown, styles TypeScript, and composebox TypeScript JSX, pass lint. Would you like me to fix those 4 pre-existing errors in the other files as well? Permission requested. Run EaseLint check using pnpm. Permission requested. Command to run full lint check. I updated the theme toggle TypeScript React file to use a base and dark color object for the sun icon style, modified the layout styles TypeScript file to replace the margin shorthand with margin X and margin bottom tokens, and changed the event content TypeScript React file to replace an inline style with a Panda CSS call. I then ran the EaseLint check and the full lint suite, and both completed without errors.
All right. Oh. There was a little fake effect that used to exist on these emojis. It doesn't exist anymore. I don't know. It was kind of like a quirky little effect. Hovering over links sidebar. Can you see?
I replaced the avatar placeholder with a zombie emoji in the composebox page TypeScript file, then ran the build command to verify everything. The build succeeded, and I fixed avatar color handling, header button styling, increased avatar size, corrected lint issues, and removed an unused avatar property from composebox usages. I explained that the wiggle animation is defined in the Panda configuration, but isn't being triggered because the navItem component doesn't apply the required group item and group emoji classes. I pointed out that the container lacks the group item class, and the emoji span only receives a Panda CSS class, not group emoji. I suggested adding those classes to restore the animation effect. I edited the navItem TypeScript file to wrap the emoji span with a group emoji class, and I updated the sidebar TypeScript file to add a class name equals group item to each group navItem. This lets the group item hover group emoji selector in the Panda configuration apply the wiggle animation when hovering over group
Wiggle.
links in the sidebar.
I'll keep that for now. If I don't like it, I can remove all this. But boy. All right. Calling it for tonight. Thanks for watching. See ya.